Okay, so first off, I got on my desk mat pre-orders from Melodica. I ordered a bunch of these mini mats. They're actually different sizes from their original minis, so I'm like a little... Yeah, these are actually like mini, but these are Melodica's mini maps. These are the napping kitties. I promise. Um, I was sent these. These are Bolsa Supplies leather dust mats. So here's what I'm working with. So if it's like a 60%, look at that. I mean, it fits a 60% with like comfortably, but I don't know if these are up on their website yet. I have a lot of stuff to unpack. I think they've announced it, but they haven't like actually released this, right? Hi, Interloper. I thought you're in Japan right now. What the? Let's see. Okay. So these are Bolsa Supplies upcoming new leather mini mats. This is going to be one of the group by colors. This is, or the first round. This is going to be one of, this color is going to be the first round. This one maybe second, third round, but I'm just showing you guys these two. They look pretty nice. And then I'm also using like special switches today for the keyboard, so lots of stuff. But I have lots of content that I need to work through. I've just been a little bit busy lately. If you guys didn't see, I just released a reel. I made a keyboard, second keyboard for Alinity. I hope she likes it. She just launched her 2 new dust mats. I think that goes on until what, October 10th? Something like that. But yeah, first things first is I got a bunch of my dust mats in from Melodica. But that box is like over there, so but this is the one I decided to use. And then these two. I don't know when the launch of this will be, but these are pretty nice. They have leather dust mats. I just woke up. Oh, good morning. But you've been food coming. Pretty thick. You guys can see that. But yeah, if you guys are a fan of leather, Bolsa is going to be releasing these soon. They're gonna have 4 colors in the first launch, so this is one of them. This is a color for later. They actually have 7 samples. And they have these mini mats, but they also have like bigger. So in case you're like, I don't like mini mats, I do have the bigger ones coming. But if you are a fan of leather, these are Bolsa Supplies upcoming ones. So I wanted to showcase these, and then I'm also going to be using these special switches that were sent to me. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen it. A few other content creators have already used them. But they are the diamond Avalon switches. So this is what we're going to be using. So these are really interesting. I do have an affiliate link if you guys are interested in buying it after hearing it tonight, obviously. But I was sent out these switches to review. These are the diamond Avalon switches. So there's like a regular, and then these are the diamond, right? So here's what they look like. They kind of look like Minecraft. I think that's what most people have been comparing them to. They pretty much function the same as any MX switch, except when it comes to like lubing them, they are slightly different. So the housing is a blended nylon. It uses a palm stem, single stage spring bottom up force of... Alright, it's gone. 58 grams. But it's interesting because the stem is circular and you actually don't lube the bottom housing, you lube the top housing. So let me show you. Let me open this for you guys so you can kind of see. So you open it the same as like an MX. But check this out. So let me grab these. So here's the stem. So you see it's like cylindrical. The leg and the rail, they're actually separated. I don't know if you can see that. Oh, what if I do like right? Okay, yeah. You see the leg and then the rail are actually two separate pieces. And then it doesn't make any contact with the bottom housing at all. In fact, the stem only makes contact with the top housing. So I'll show you. So that's what it looks like. So you actually loop the top housing instead of the bottom. Interesting, right? But yeah, these are a new type of switch that have come out. I'm sure you guys have already seen a few creators cover it, but I'm gonna be using these switches for the board tonight. Which leads us to our in-stock board of the day. So this board was sent out to me from Click Clack. This is JOJO Studios R63 keyboard. I don't think the product page is live yet, but it is going to be in stock. The switches look nice. Yeah, if you're interested, you can check out the product page. I do have an affiliate link. So if you saw it here, you like to buy some, you like to support me, I do have a link that you can use. Hello, Erinish. JOJO time, yeah. So, alright. So this is the board we're going to be building today. This is going to be an in-stock drop. You can buy it from Click Clack. There's going to be 4 colors. 2 different types of PCBs depending on how many keys you want. So it's going to mainly be the bottom layout. So if you want 6.25 with split spacebar, or if you want just 7U. Owl Lab Neons! I have a board with those. Actually, Interloper built my Kaze with those. But yeah, so this is the keyboard we're building today. Can you guys guess what color I have? There's 4 colors. There's anodized red, anodized green, E-white, and E-pink. So, out of the 4, which do you think I got? Knowing me. Pink, E-white, pink. Okay, well, I got green. Something about the pink not available, but I got the green one. So first off, packaging is really interesting. So it uses these buttons on the 2 sides. So it goes both ways. So you can open it from the top. You can open it from the bottom, however you want. But it does have 2. So you open it, and then you actually slide this part off. Boop. That's the top part. And then using the handle, you can then pull this out. So pretty nice. Oh, I haven't done that yet. Okay, so this is what we're working with. So right off the bat, you have this case with the PCB and the plate and the foam. Everything's inside of it. Looks like there's this manual. Valentine. It's in Chinese. The first part's in Chinese. Wait. The whole manual is in Chinese. Yes, the whole manual is in Chinese. But that's okay. Here's what I was talking about earlier with the 2 different PCB layouts. So you have the 63 keys, which is 6.25U spacebar, but you can do a split spacebar. So if you look at it, it has 3 keys. Or you can do the 60 key, which is just a standard 7U right there. Captain Mom, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Potato Club. I appreciate your support. Thank you. You now have a bunch of cute emotes. So here's like a breakdown of the case to show you. Okay, these are just extra details, but they do give you this like little manual. Looks like they give you the tools needed to assemble the case. JOJO Studio. I like how these keyboard kits are starting to include tools for everything. I mean, it's like, why not? So here's a daughter board. Here's all the gaskets. Yeah, it's super useful. Package for product freshness. Don't eat these, kids. Not safe. Okay, but here's the anodized green that I have. As you can tell, I opened it. But here's a keyboard. Whoa, Valentine. Has the badge up there. So I guess here you can see where the daughter board would go. USB port. So here's the top of the case. Here's the side. Check out that side. Do you see this thick lead right here? Yeah. Here's the back. USB port. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's the same design as the case. So you got this leather strap. Same as the case. Neat, right? It's almost like a purse or like a fancy bag. But yeah, USB port side, it is a right hand Type-C right side USB port. Yeah, it is really cute. Hi, Bean. Here's the front lip. If my thing wants to focus. I think it's this. Okay, focus. Focus. Is it this? Come on. Diagonal? Okay, I'm being griefed. Okay, right here. So here is the front. So right off the bat, this thing reminds me of like a purse. Or like a fancy handbag. This part is really cool. I feel like you never really see a ledge like this unless it's like, what have I seen this in? Like a Saturn? Yeah, with the handle, same with Saturn, but I think this one does a bit more like purse-like rather than like typewriter-like, if that makes sense. This green is really, really pretty, I would say. So the red is the same way. So it has the green accent, but then the black mid-piece. For the E-white and the E-pink, though, the entire thing is like the color. So it's all pink or all white. But for the anodized green and red, you do have these two accent pieces. And then this one is the black solid base. Perfect for keyboard enthusiasts on the go, yeah. So just a leather strap. But look how cute. Like, you want to see my keyboard? So there's this. Yeah, this is the board we're going to be building. And then we'll look at the PCB and whatnot. Nice foam. Hi, Flying Kirby. So let's use these, like, gaskets. Let's see. So non-adhesive, like, gasket socks. Biggest thing to take away is that it is non-adhesive gaskets. Frying! Sorry, frying Kirby. Hello, sorry. This is my second stream of the day, so pardon me if I'm a little sleepy. Okay, but here we have PCB. JOJO Studio. So we have the PC plate right here. I think standard it comes with PC. Yeah, so 1.5 PC plate. It comes with foam, all the foams that you need. How are you doing, Kirby? It's a pretty standard plate. Pretty standard. Not much happening this weekend. Nice. Nice weekend off. I'm alright. I'm trying to catch up on my stream hours. But other than that, I'm doing good. Okay, so okay, so here is the PCB. So it looks like I have the 7U, so the 60 key. So there is a lot of flux cuts. Skeleton PCB. The gasket points are on the PCB instead of the plate. So you can see there's 4 on the bottom, 4 up top. And then, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 on top, 8 on the bottom. Yeah. So unfortunately, with this one, it only comes with the flux cuts. So I'm going to try different builds to see how it sounds with the foam, without the foam, etc. So you can see like the different configurations. The only options you have for PCB is changing the bottom spacebar. Yeah. But it is flux cuts on each key. I'm guessing they're going for a very bouncy, flexy type of feel. And we'll see. We shall see. So you have the plate foam, you have the case foam, and then the P foam. So as for pricing, starting out, this is $359 for the anodized. And then for the E-coating, so for E-white and E-pink, it's $373. Okay, so $359 versus $373. Default comes with PC plate, and then you can pick which PCB you would like. Let's see. Yeah. So that is what we are working with today. Mr. Suit PCB. I have not built a Mr. Suit. If I didn't build a required or custom paint job, I felt the board that they like dyed customly. Not that I had to do it, but you put that right there. Yep, this is from the pre-orders from Melodica. I just got them in. I think I ordered like 6 dust mats. I'm a huge sucker for dust mats because my typing tests, I always try to use like different ones from time to time. But yeah. I have shelves, I hang them under my bed. Everything. Anywhere and everywhere you can think of. They're in my bathroom, on a shelf. They're hanging in my closet. They're all over my room. Yeah, they're all over the place. And yet I keep buying new ones because I like dust mats. Do I have the Okie Dokie Orange Boy? I do not. No. I think I have over 100 dust mats. Something like that. Something crazy. Or maybe not quite. Maybe not quite there. Yeah, but it's also, I justify it because it's technically what I do for like a living, I guess. For my side job. Oh, one thing I didn't point out is that looks like there's a LED indicator right here. I'm actually a big fan of these like abnormal indicators. Personally. So looks like let's open this. Sounds like a tax write-off to me. Yes. Yeah, bling bling. Using the handy dandy tools that they provided us. Let's see how we disassemble this. Okay, so there's 2 screws that you can take off right here. Then what? Now what? How do I remove this part? Is the question. Oops. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Rookie mistake. Hold on. I dropped it. I forgot the screws were in there. Oh no. Holy moly. I'm a mess. Hold on. Professional, I know. Okay, don't worry, I got it. I just forgot they were they were in there. Looks like it's can you take this off? You can. Okay, so looks like you take these 2 off. So then this should come off, right? Oh, okay. Interesting. So this handle piece, instead of just for decoration, is actually part of assembling the case. So these 2 go in right here. It holds the handle and it holds this piece in here. Oh, so this is like the compartment. So it goes in like this, right? So this is a separate piece on its own. And then you take it out like this. And here are the screws for you to then take off this piece. Very functional design, yeah. So it hides it well, because technically it only looks like there's 2 screws. So this comes off. So it looks like this screw right here is to hold this badge in place. These 2 are what holds it to the case itself, or to the mid piece. And then you have the 2 screws right here that are for the LED diffuser. here you have the daughter board. It even has its own gaskets to keep it in place rather than using screws. So that's interesting. I've actually never seen anything like that before. But this is the case, like, deconstructed. Yeah, it does look very thought out. Okay, so you have the handle part to this piece that covers this accent piece. Basically like that. Or basically like this, I mean. So it hides it like this. So it kind of looks something like this in terms of assembly. You have the handle screws that keep this cover onto this accent piece that attaches to the mid piece, and then you also have a bottom piece that attaches to the mid piece. And then from here, I'm guessing this is where you would put in everything. So I'm guessing it would go something like something to like this extent. I mean, we'll see as we build it, but the gaskets are on the PCB, so yeah, so it just go in here. There's actually a groove on this mid piece. I don't know if you guys can see this. So you see the bottom piece detaches, and I'm guessing that's so you can put the PCB actually through right here. Yeah. I mean, but we'll see as we assemble it. But that is the case a bit deconstructed. I don't know if you guys can see this. Should be able to. Hi Conan, what's up? Come on. Camera! But here you can see where the gaskets go on the PCB. So you see like the 4 cubbies. So it aligns with this. Oh, wait. So I'm guessing you would slide it in from here. And with this gap, then you can put it in here. Like that. So that's the point with the opening right here. And then you would secure it all in place like this afterwards. Neat. So something like this. And then obviously with the gaskets on the PCB, it should not move. Okay, so if you guys kind of missed like the design, so this case is essentially this mid piece holds the PCB in plate. You have this bottom piece, and then you have this top accent piece. Hi Frank. This mid piece is what holds the PCB in place. And then you have the 4 cubbies for the gaskets. And then there's a big slit on this bottom one right here. So you can slide the PCB in once you're ready. So you can slide it out here. Slide it out here. Right, so you have to slide it in from the bottom and then position it and then put it into the top like this. So you can't just put it in from the top. You have to go from the bottom to the top. Like at IKEA, yeah, with the railings, yes. And then you can just slide it off like that. So really, really interesting design. So I will point out some things that I haven't really quite seen So the first thing that I noticed with this design is that the daughter board uses gaskets. So it's held into the board using gaskets instead of using screws. I could see some people liking that, some people not, but it's interesting to see that for sure. I've never seen anything like that. The integrity, or I guess the meat of the board is actually in this mid piece right here. And then these two parts are just like accent pieces that kind of like keep it together, right? This board has a leather handle, and while it looks like it's for decoration, there's actually a functional side to it. So if you look at the board, you only see 2 screws, which are these 2 bottom ones, right? Right. But the truth is that there's actually 4 screws keeping it together. It's just on these handles, but you can't tell because it's like a functional accent piece. Thanks for the follow. And so this, once you take it off, this is just a plate. And then this part is where you hide a lot of your internals. So for example, this is a diffuser, this is where the bad would go, but this part connects to the main piece. And the main piece, you can see the cutouts for the gaskets right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this piece right here, instead of doing the 1, 2, 3, 4, it is just one giant gap. So you can actually slide the PCB through, and then you can basically secure it up here. So really cool. Lots of things. Just looking at all these pieces and how you put it together, it's seems pretty intricate. But yeah, that's the board deconstructed. It's kind of a lot, and if you didn't follow, I'll go over it again, but pretty interesting. Yeah, that is something that was brought up, is that there's no alternative PCB other than the bottom layout. It does use the flux cut, but you know, we'll check it out with foam, no foam, and see how it is. I hate flux cuts. I mean, they recognize that, you know, the community is shifting away from flux cuts, but I think it's one of those things where they already had it made, and because it's in stock drop, they couldn't really like justify maybe making a second one. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Elvin. Yeah, I know, it's not everyone's cup of tea. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. This seems like one of those boards you would buy mainly for the looks. But maybe it sounds pog, we'll see. Daughter board, also really interesting. The LED indicators are already on it, rather than having a separate LED thing. The daughter board functions as the LED indicator. Okay. The case does seem really nice. So I'm testing the hot swap switches right now by using these tweezers to connect the 2 ends. Yeah, the case seems like a handbag, if I had to describe it. In terms of PCB layout, while you have a choice between the two PCBs, and the main difference is the Whoa. That one's not working. Oh, no, okay, this is a split. Okay, just kidding. That's fine. Hold on. Let me finish testing this and I'll finish my train of thought. I wish I could multitask better, but... Cool, everything's working. So what I was saying that while you have two choices of PCB, whether you do 6.25 or 7U layout, you do have like options when it comes to the hot swap layout. So you can do split backspace, you can do steps, or regular caps lock. And so you do have options. So I'm a personal fan of anything 60%. I like to do split spacebar or split backspace. So I'm going to do split backspace. But if you decide to go with the 63 key PCB, the spacebar is 6.25, but you can also do 3 key spacebar, so split spacebar. But I have the 7U, so. Okay. Let me go grab stabilizers. So the PCB is 1.2. So make sure you use the right speed stabilizers. Oh, optimistic. Do I have a favorite set? Yes, I like Popus. Also, since it's out of the case now, I'm gonna take a picture and post on social media that I'm live. Guess I forgot to do that earlier. Hello, Sheepy. Popus are OP black recolors. Here goes good with shirt, thanks. It actually washed out really well, right? It was purple and it washed out to this like blue. Also, look at my Shiba blanket. If you guys are interested, it's by Peak Aurora. She's actually closing her store, so if you guys want to buy a Shiba blanket, I can link it for you guys. If you're interested. She has like a bunch of Shiba merch. Cause she has a Shiba. Yeah. Link? Okay, give me a sec. You need? Okay, okay. Hopefully it's still in stock. Here. Oh, she still has them. I bought all the blankets. Shiba, thank you for 9 months. Hello. Appreciate it. So there's the persimmon, which I gave to my mom. This one is the strawberry that I kept. And then there's also the checkered fleece. I got the rainbow one. Oh yeah, I have a huge keycap collection back there. Yeah, I bought the black one. You want to see a picture of Ginkgo on it? Really cute. Hold on. I'm getting distracted. This is Ginkert. So cute. But yeah, her store is closing tomorrow. So if you guys want it, you have to buy it now. And it's on sale. Yeah, her store's been open for a little bit, but just to give you guys a heads up. I don't know. I think maybe a restock, or I don't know why she does that. But they open their store and then they close it. Maybe it's like an agreement that they have with the fulfillment company or something weird like that. Hi, Kola, what's up? Swag Keys, Lavia, and Rose. Is that a keycap set? Let me see if you have a link. Hi, Paul. Stream's going well. Oh, wait, is this the one that Vin bought? It's very nice. It kind of reminds me of like a Hamon, but PBT version. I would like to see like IRL colors. I wonder if it's lighter or darker than Hamon. Looks pretty nice though. I do like the accent. Like the white accents. What the? The what? What the what? Another stream? I said I was gonna stream twice today. Oh, you like it? Yes, they're my egg tart. Hello, Nudie. How you doing? Can I get a shout out for Nudie? She has great art streams. We're both. I am a big fan of her work. I'm on the move, I see. Thank you. Anytime I watch Nudie stream, I'm like, I'm looking respectfully. I love it. She's like adding the shine, and I'm like, yes, the shine, yes, very shiny. It's like shine, no shine. I'm like, yes, the shine, definitely. Let's see. case you guys are like, what is she doing? I'm trying to post on social media that I'm building a keyboard. That thing I'm supposed to do. Do you no longer want to move back to Boston? I would like to live in Boston, except Boston's like expensive. There's also I like Boston because there's seasons, but I have personally never had to like deal with snow removal. It's always my landlord that did it. So that would be something interesting that I would have to learn. I would like to move back to Boston, but it's just the standard of living is like a lot higher than like Boston. So actually, with how expensive Austin's got, I don't even know if that's true anymore. But I like the people in Austin. People in Boston were kind of mean. I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, it's cold as shit over there. But, you know. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Boston has really good food, though. Boston is like, you can get pretty much everything. So that's one good thing. Is my camera struggling right now? Probably. I would move to XSW basement with a space heater and AC. You don't need a space heater. All you need is AC. Also, I don't know if you guys saw, but I did build this one. A Chinese song. I mean, it doesn't get cold very often. When it does, it's like super rare. I built the Linity's keyboard recently. I built it off stream because it was a rush draw, kind of. But I did make a reel for it. And she has featured it in her stream a few times. I can link you guys something. I was linked it. Actually, I had a few people stop by from it too. Pretty cool. Thanks. Here. She talks about her keyboard there. Okay. I met her, what, Thursday to drop it off? She was like super nice. She was like, "Can I give you a hug?" And I was like, "Yes." And then as like she was saying goodbye, she's like, "Can I give you another hug?" And I was like, "Yes." Yeah, I'm very thankful. She's just launched 2 of her desk mats, and yeah, I think it goes to October 10th. I could be wrong about that date, but yep. I'm very honored that she reached out and asked me again. As she was shouted out that I'm gonna be at TwitchCon. So TwitchCon, I have a lot planned. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys. I'll tell you guys. So we're gonna have keyboards from Space, Keyspensery, and Mellatrix, and from Helheim. So we're gonna have keyboards, and I'm gonna try and do like assembly line so they can pick their switch, pick the keycaps, pick the keyboards, and then we assemble it. They come back in an hour, and then it's done. Good for them to go, or it's good to go. But we're also gonna sell like individual parts. So if they want to just buy switches, if they just want to buy keycaps, I'm gonna have cables. I'm gonna reach out to Novelties to see if they're willing to send us some keycaps to sell. But Reagan Space Cables has so graciously, they're gonna send cables, stellars, keycaps. And then Helheim, they're sending us Freya's, so in case you missed the extras that are sold out, I will have some there. Ni hao, hello Ken. Is the Asian single? Who? Oh, were they referring to me? But I'm really excited. Because Alinity calls you a sweet, cute Asian girl. Oh. I love Asians. My wife is Filipino. Classic. Hello, Super. Hello. Classic. Yep. She is indeed here. This is like super bent, right? Hmm. Also, hi Burbs. Have a good week. KBBQ tonight was so good, like holy dang. I want Korean barbecue, what the? I need to figure out how to fix spacebar rattle. It's a struggle. It's definitely one of those things that no matter like how experienced you are, sometimes your spacebars just rattle. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, what's up? What the hell is going on? Okay, that's good. Where's my... Where is it? Where's my station? Where's my Cydillac? Hold on, I need to find it. Where'd it go? Do you have any more finger tats? No, I only have one. Finger tats, the professional is Helheim Designs. Where's my Cydillac? Oh no. Where is it? Yo, I actually don't know where it went. What the? It's my lube station I had, but I don't know where it is. Check out my hat. I had this. I was actually playing Dave today and I was just like this the whole time. That's always gaming today. Yeah, the hat's by Picaroar. Picarar. I don't know where my loop thing went. My stabilizer thing went. Booting? Can, yeah. Oh yeah, I was just gaming like this. This is actually gifted to me by Linda. Love it. It's very soft. That color? It's a strawberry Shiba. I'm not typically a hat person, but it's very squishy. And look, it sits. Look at it. That's so cute. Ginkgo has tried to take this from me, and I have to like pull it from her mouth. I have to tell her, drop it. Drop it. She drops it, and I have to take it from her. Cause she tries to like chew on it. Like she's trying to like, and I'm like, no, this one is mine. I'll just like sit on my lap. Oh yeah, I wear this every day. It's my PJ sweatshirt. Huge fan of oversized sweatshirts, by the way. Damn, how the Fiverr plushie is so funny. I mean, she just thinks that everything is hers. I mean, she's not wrong. But at the same time, it's like, Ginkert, this one's mine. She's just like, what does that even mean? That one is yours. 2 streams today were spilled? Yeah. I mean, I've just been really sleepy lately, so I've been missing streams left and right. I'm sorry. So I'm trying to make it up to you guys when I'm not so sleepy. Which is today, for example, because I got lots of sleep. What the hell is this? I feel like I did a Windows update and then it just started turning on like the Xbox game bar. And like popping up notifications. Vero soon? Yeah. Soon, right? I mean, it's not like we're in a rush. How goes designing boards? Oh, I'm waiting on Yegs. Whatever Yegs is doing. I work on his schedule. Yeah, I think I'm gonna focus more on desk mats. Desk mats easy. Designing boards, not designing boards and then running a group by, not so easy. Although it's pretty interesting though, because I got reached out recently by a manufacturing company that wants to hold this like big keyboard competition. I mean, they're still trying to like flesh out the details, but it is something that I was thinking about doing. I want to show my art, but I feel like no one would like it. It's like a good idea. Oh my gosh, you should. So I'm personally not an art shimmer, but Nudie is. She's like super successful. So I mean, you have to start somewhere. Art streams are very popular. I watch another art streamer called Woodpixel. She's a pixel artist, but she does all her commissions on stream so people can watch the process. She actually made my ending, and so she made my starting screen and my ending screen. Cute, right? Yeah, I think art streams are fairly popular, so I don't see why not. Yes, I love Woodpixel. I love Danielle. Can someone change my... Do I have a mod? Mods? Just change my category. Thanks. You needed a boost to the Steam? Yeah, I mean, if you start streaming, let us know. Wrong bot, Elvin. Elvin's like, god damn it. Why does XXW use the weird one? One day I'll go visit Elvin, but... Okay, Elvin? I'll go visit you and the Australians. Looks like I'm gonna visit the Europeans first, though. Come through, I'll bring you for all the dessert. Really? Alright. I do like dessert. Yeah, I'm traveling a lot this year. Pretty exciting. Coming from someone who doesn't really travel that often. I want to go to a night market. I miss the night markets. No, I said I would go over there. I speak the language. I can actually go there and survive. Like, I go to Korea, I'm like, why are these old men screaming at me? Whereas, like, if they scream at me there, I'd be like, well, Tina that's so small. Like, I can yell back at them, okay? Like, I can actually yell back at them. Like, it's so much different because I actually understand what they're saying and I can respond. I'm not just like left there like, oh my god, what is he saying? Hello. I might be going to Paris. We'll see. Paris round trip from New York is $400. Pretty good. Okay, let's do a keyboard meetup in New York. And then we all go to Paris afterwards. 400, yes. Yeah. Nebraska? What the? What's in Nebraska? Have your phone strapped? Yo. I got it. Black nails? It looks like black, right? It's actually a dark emerald green. With my short ass nails. I like dark color nails. If I did black, my mom would be like, are you depressed? But I do dark green and she can't say anything. I don't paint my nails very often. I actually don't chew my nails. I'm just really used to keeping my nails short because of piano. I want to go to Alaska. That sounds fun. Sounds cold but fun. Power of the Lich Geek. I would love to have someone I could just paint their nails, like, because I don't like painting my own nails. But painting nails is actually like pretty therapeutic, except for my own, because my nails are like so tiny, but... Doing your own hair, nails, makeup is stressful? Yeah, I agree. Do you guys even notice, like, my different eyeliner? Probably not, because I haven't used face cam in, like, a month, but... There's, like, so many subtle makeup things you can do. I totally noticed. Yeah, right, Alvo. Alright. That's huge, Cap. So let me show you guys something. See you later, Ben. So the eyeliner I did, this is the eyeliner goes downwards. So it makes my eyes look bigger like a puppy dog. So it makes me look nicer, right? Whereas like sometimes if you do like the wing or the cat eye, it makes your eyes look sharper and potentially like more like, you know, bad bitch. I don't want to say like mean, but like a fierce, yeah. But with this style, which is like popular in like Korea, the eyeliner actually goes downwards. Can you see that? It goes downwards, so it kind of gives you like that puppy dog approachable look. So this is actually the normal style I do, but a lot of people will do like the wings. I'll show you a picture to show you guys. Like when I do like the wing. Uh, well, actually, now that I think about it, do I actually want to show you guys selfies? Probably not. Okay, next time I'll just show you guys, but there's like different eyeliner things that you can do to like change the look, right? It's pretty intricate. It's not just like a whoop, like a flick. Yeah, I mean Frank made it, so not surprised. Yeah, I saw Xing Xing Zong, right? I've been called JJW, Jing Jing Wong. I don't know, my name is just so hard to pronounce apparently. It's just so hard. There's so many like different spellings. Yeah, someone was like, oh, that cat tray is made by JJW, and someone's like, who's JJW? Jing Jing Wong? So I'm officially Jing Jing Wong. Yeah, Frank made it, so I have no control over it, unfortunately. Well, did you like the cake? The cake is pretty funny. So, I was like, really sad because, I mean, I'll tell you guys why I was sad the other day. I was sad because, uh, so I built Alinity her keyboard, right? And then she told me that she wanted to match the keycaps to her desk mat. And, she told me that they had sent her a keyboard, like a surprise. And, she didn't know that they were gonna send it to her, so I was like, oh dang, you know, like she has to use like the keyboard they sent her. They sent her GMK Taro. I didn't see the keyboard. It kind of looked like a QK80 with GMK Taro, but basically to match her keyboard. And so I was like, oh damn, like, you know, like she got gifted a keyboard by her like desktop company, so she has to like use that keyboard. But I understood, you know, I was just like, okay, I get it, right? I was like a little sad. Um, but then she ended up like using the keyboard I built her for her streaming office, and so that made me really happy. And when she unboxed her like desk mat on stream, and she showed off like the keyboard, she showed like she put her keyboard, the keyboard I built for her, on her desk, and she's been using that. So I'm not sad anymore. But I was a little bummed because I was like, oh damn, like, you know, maybe she's not gonna use the keyboard I built her. Because I guess one thing is that like I get it when like enthusiasts commission me to build a keyboard and then they're just like, well, I'm not gonna use it anymore because I'm like in love with the next big thing. Understandable, right? But when like people, when it's like their first keyboard, or they're not an enthusiast and I build it for them, like I wish they would like, I would like for them to like use it, right? Forever. Or until they want a new one. But you know, I was just kind of worried, like, oh, what if she like doesn't like it? I worry about that a lot, especially when I do like big commissions. It's like, what if they don't like it? What if, you know, it's just not their thing? Hello, I did not take a nap. And so I get a little paranoid sometimes about it. But when the people I build keyboards for are just like, the keyboard fucking rocks, I love it. That makes my heart so full. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's just like one of the best feelings. Like I just feel so happy. I don't know. It's an odd feeling to describe. Like one of my biggest like moments was when I went to TwitchCon and I went to the partner after party and I saw Max. Cause that Max keyboard was probably like my breakthrough keyboard. Um and it was just like so random how I got to build it for him, right? But the fact that he was like, yo, this is the chick that built my keyboard. And then when he was like, can I take a picture with you? And he's like, anytime someone comes into my room, I always tell him, like, pick up my keyboard, type on it. Like, like it's just one of those things where I was like, what the hell? It's undescribable feeling. I was anxious every wedding I DJ. Yeah, I definitely feel that. And like one of the worst feelings is when I send people keyboard and then they tell me like, hey, the switches are dying. And I'm just like, fuck. You know? That's also like a really bad feeling. Like I try to send extra switches just in case, but like sometimes with like the boards, the switches just like, well, it's the PCB doesn't really like register it anymore. Like the PCB gives out. It hasn't happened very often, but I have had a few cases where people have told me like, oh, the keys just stopped working, and I'm like, oh my god. I hope my PCB lives forever. It's the only one. I'm sure you can find a 7B PCB. Is the R2 PCB is going to be compatible with the R1? Like, is that confirmed? Gok said they should be. Nice. Perfect. I've had the honor of building 2 7Bs. I was like so ready to rebuild my Type K. Yeah, someone asked me how my keyboard designs are going, and I said, I don't know, I work on EX timeline. What are we doing? Sailor Moon board eventually. Hold on. I think my cats are being bad. But wait, you guys want to hear it with foam or without foam first? Let's do without foam first. I think. But these are the diamond Avalon switches. If you guys are interested, if you do exclamation point build, it will have an affiliate link to these switches. These are like the Minecraft switches, as people have been calling them. Pretty interesting. Yeah, they are super interesting looking, huh? They lube a little differently, but we'll see how they sound. The gusher switches, yeah, that's one way to put them too. Yes, I'm one of the people they sent them out to. Oh, really? Discriminate? Quick vanish. Exclamation point vanish. I like gushers. So these, you actually leave the top housing. The stem does not make any contact with the bottom. So instead of leaving like the bottom rails, you leave the top housing rails. It does use GST, yes. The GST goes right here. It's interesting it uses gasket, it doesn't use screws to hold in place. Nostalgic? I love eating chalk. AKA Smarties. In case no one got that reference. Smarties. Anytime I say I like eating Smarties, people are like, so you like eating chalk? And I'm like, I guess so. Smoke PC Bullfrog looks tempting. Oh yeah, Bullfrog is live. It's open for a month. It just opened. That's the Alps build I built. The sticks are better than the dip, yeah. I would buy it just for the sticks. I don't even need the powder. Push pops are actually really gross in concept once you think about them. As well. You just like slobber all over, you just save it for later. Bacteria hub. Or the Hubba Bubbas. I liked Altoids. Get the hard candy. Maybe I don't make those anymore though. There was this like bubble gum that you like shook as well, and it you could eat it then. I don't remember how it worked. I feel like my mom is screaming at me. I low-key have like PTSD sometimes when I hear my mom making a lot of sound. No, she's cleaning her room right now and the birds are like awake, so they're yelling. But it makes me wonder like why she's even like cleaning right now. If there's one thing I learned is that when an Asian woman is on a cleaning rampage, you stay out of the way. You're probably going to get yelled at and lectured. So I just anytime I hear her cleaning, I'm just like, oh god. Time to hide. So mom used to count the dishes and help me down to she knew I'd leave them in the basement. Often? Usually my mom doesn't bother me when I'm streaming, but sometimes she just doesn't care. Never asked, never bothered, just shut the fuck up and stay in your room for me? Yeah, same. When I hear my parents like yelling, I just like I hide. And anytime I need to go, I'm like, Connor, you go. We are figuring the back for the board, right? Yeah, you tell me, Uggs. How good is Connor's Chinese? Not good. But I will tell you that he likes saying that PJ ice cream. those are his favorite words. Thanks for the follow. So I'm gonna tell you guys a story. Okay. There was a hello. Hello, private. So there was this thing recently with like a linguistic professor basically like explaining the difference of like whenever Chinese people are referring to like this thing or that thing, it kind of sounds like it sounds like a racial slur, right? And so the first time Connor ate dinner with my family, he was like culture shocked because he thought we were just like super racist and we were just saying like racial slurs, right? Because one of the words we say commonly sounds like it, right? Um so if you know the word, you know the word, right? But this is in the news recently because one of these like linguistic professors got in trouble because he was like explaining the difference. Yeah, like that one or this one, right? Yeah, it sounds like a racial slur, but it's not, right? Um, um, yeah. So the first time Connor ate dinner with my family, which was like half English, half Chinese, he just thought we were like super racist, and we were just saying like the N word. That's what it sounds like. But it's like it's a normal part of our vocabulary. Well, that's what he didn't understand because, like, as someone who didn't understand Chinese, like, you pick up on the words that you think you know or that you do know, and you try to like make sense of it, right? And so eventually, like, I had to explain to him what it meant, and it's just like a very common word for us. I mean, I don't want to say it because, like, I know someone's gonna get upset, but it's a very common word. I don't want to be reported. But Connor's Chinese, he can pick out a lot of like context clues now. So he knows like the gist of what we're saying. What's my dinner? Good. I ate curry. My mom made curry. How was your dinner? My Korean friends think I'm constantly getting yelled at over the phone. I did my nails, yeah, to match the keyboard. How the heck did Kapo notice? Because Kapo notices. Kapo probably also notices when my eyeliner is different. No, Kanta sounds like you're being yelled at for sure. For sure. It pays attention to details. Boys take notes from a real man. Mr. Kappa. Do you guys ever pull your fingers away from your nails? Like the skin? Because that is what I do. It's this condition that I have that I didn't even realize was a thing called like dermaphilasia. But yeah, I do that. The finger. Like that? I guess I would have to see an example. Yeah, this is my first time building with these. So I'll show you guys my bad habit. My nails aren't black though. They're dark emerald green. They match? Oh, that means you have like really thin nails, right? Yeah. But I have this condition that I didn't even know that was like, I thought I was just like a freak, but basically, you see like my finger, how it's like red? I do like pick the skin off my fingertips. It's just like a nervous tick I have. I try my best not to do it, but it is a condition that I found out like years later. I thought I was like a freak. I thought there's like something wrong with me. But apparently it's actually like a disorder. Yeah. I was like really scared because when they were taking my fingerprints at TSA, my right thumb, the fingerprint was like very like scarce. It looked a little sussy, but I mean it passed, thankfully, but well, it's because you're actually like peeling away your skin. So your fingerprints kind of become like not as pronounced because you have your skin, right? But since I'm peeling off the layer, it just looks a little weird when it comes to fingerprint scans. But it's an actual thing. It's called like dermaplasia or something like that. Some people do their fingertips, some people do like their feet. Just all kinds. I actually didn't use iPhone until way later. Like, this is my first iPhone. I got it for free. Yeah. Thanks, Nox. This is old. Yeah, I'm old too. But you know what? You know what? We're Asian. Asian don't raisin. So When you're 30, you're gonna look like you're 40. When we're 40, we're gonna look like we're 25. So, whatever. Yeah, true. I mean, Instagram's fucking PK Thunder. Do you grunt when getting up? Yeah, my knees cracked too. Classic. My first watched Kim and Patty, I thought they were mid-20s. Yeah, my tattoos really add on a good chunk of years, right? Oh wait. Did I make a mistake? Oh wait. I'm freaking dumb. I'm dumb. Oh my god. Okay. I thought you had to slide it in, but this part's actually removable. Me dumb. Okay, Interloper, if you're watching this piece is removable. Don't include my whole, like, slide it in. Because this piece is actually removable. Okay, so... yeah, this part is actually removable. No, this is in stock. This is ready. So basically, when you're assembling this board, this bottom piece, so you still do slide it in, the bottom. You still slide it in the bottom. And then once you have it ready to go, you take this and you would screw it on right here to secure it into place. So that's how you assemble it. Interloper, if you're watching this, please save my foolish mistake. So we want to make sure that this part goes underneath. Let's see. This part's actually removable as well. So this goes... hold on. I'm guessing this is different. Let's see. Okay, this is just different. Oh, I'm guessing this is how it goes. Okay. So when you're assembling it, there's actually a channel for the cable to go through right here. You see how there's a hole right here? The cable goes through right here. And then you take this part. So it's two pieces, interestingly enough. So you have this one piece that secures 3.5. And then you have this last piece that secures this last piece. But then your daughter board, I'm guessing, rests in between. I'm guessing up here. Yeah, up here. Okay, so let's secure this in. Interesting. So this little piece right here secures this one part of the gasket, and then this bigger piece supports the rest. So like this. So Interloper, if you're watching this, don't take out my IKEA drawer. It doesn't... I'm a fool. Basically, you have two pieces. So the bottom piece you still slide in, but then you take off this part, 1-2 part, and then once you've secured it, then you screw it down. That's how you keep everything in place. So here we have everything secured in place. You can see the gasket tabs. You can see these are right here. This bottom piece, put it right here. Thanks for the follow. Meet up at a EDM rave? That's crazy. This is neat. Do you have like little plugs right here? Cute. Okay, so now it's a matter of figuring out this part. So JST goes in like through here. Oh, this part? Yeah. It kind of reminds me of a handbag. I'm just going to slide this one through. So let's secure this part in first. Hello, Nox. And stockings. Hello, BTZ. Thanks for the resub. How you doing? Okay, so this is interesting, okay? Because you see how there's this ridge right here? See this ridge right here? There's actually a ridge right here. Here, I'll show you guys. So you see how there's a ridge right here? And there's a ridge right here? You can actually align it like this. So this is how it fits. It fits in this tiny space right here. And the gaskets make it so it's pretty snug. So I'm gonna take this cable. Perhaps I push it like over here. Flatten it. Like this. Like this. Take the strap. You place it right here. Take these. You screw it in loosely with your fingers. This keeps this panel on. These are big enough so you can just use your hands. So I don't want to make these too tight so that the lettuce straps can still move. Perfect. Aha! And it's assembled. It lives! It lives! Aha! Okay. Swing it by the handle as hard as possible? No way. Perfect. I just have to remap it. Okay! Wow, you can see the diffuser. There's a lot that I actually really do like about this Ford. But I'll talk about it later. Design-wise, really fun to build, actually. Like, it's not... It's, like, straightforward, but you also have to, like, understand where the components work. But overall, pretty neat build, I would say. Okay. You use Dandy? Use Dandy. Wait, should we use Dandy or GMK Box? No, let's use Dandy. Look. You guys think? Pak Choi with the Okay, fuck Joy, what the? Olive? I don't have olive, unfortunately. Should I get it? Maybe when it's on sale. What is with you and white on black? I think that is the only keycaps that he has, yeah. Why don't black and Joy think Mayo is a spice? Alba respond. Alba, is that true? I agree. I see you really triggering the white on black people. We love it. Mayo is an. Oh my goodness. I see a fellow assy enjoyer. Botanical would be nice in the green in case it's a little cooler, yeah. I do have British Racing Green, but... How was it? Oh, that's... I did see he was playing it. Pretty interesting sound so far. I think Kuppo wants me to play that game. Where's my K? My K is not here. I don't have it. It's on a different board. Am I just missing a K key? Use this on Unicorn? You should have it somewhere? Uh-oh. The Savage, thank you for the prime! Hello. Hold on, give me a sec. Oh no. I mean, it was bound to happen one day. I fell somewhere super obscure. What are the chances I find it? $100%. You guys doubted me. Slim to none, eh? No, I found it. Come on. I was a doubter. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. It was in my extra keycap bowl. I have this bowl where I throw my extra keycaps. It was in there. My just in case. I like you guys say slim to none. Oh my god. Haters. Where's my FN? Right here. This is the 7U. Yeah, for someone who's like pretty unorganized, I would say I'm like pretty organized. Hey, what do you guys think? Looks nice, right? You like it? This was my first bongo win. Very first. Believe it or not. Okay. Let me see if this is registered in the... Yeah. But can I use via site? It is. They send me a JSON file? Hold on, let me check. Guess not. Yeah, the birds are awake because my parents are cleaning. That's what happens. Okay. So there's no backspace. Let me see if this will be in viral. No, it's only in VIA. Okay, that just means I can't mess up. Got it. I'm gonna mess up. Oh, yeah, check Akigami. There you go. Green. Beam. Beach. Bouquet. Use bouquet. Let me close the door. Okay. So we still have to do another build after this. So Ava? Someday. Okay, but watch this. That's my flex. Who's another big person? That's it. That's the only famous person I know. Okay, let me mute real quick. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so this is the JOJO R63. It's gonna be an in-stock drop. There are 4 colors. This is the anodized green. We're using a PC plate. We're using diamond Avalon switches. These are the new Minecraft Gusher switches. And we're using no foam, GMK Dandy, and yeah, it's a gasket mounted board. Okay, let me take off my IEMs. So TLDR, gasket mount, PC plate, no foam, diamond Avalon, which are linear, switch with GMK Dandy. Hello Jason, hello Boobat. Hello. Okay, so I know you guys. Okay, so I know there's this whole like, like, oh my god, holy moly, flex cuts suck ass. But I actually think that despite all the flex cuts and all the hate flex cuts gets, this with no foam, I think sounds pretty good. Um, Typing on it, very fun actually. Very, very fun. Like, so the two pieces that keep the board from like shifting is very tight. So it feels firm, but it's still bouncy. I don't know how to describe it, right? So it doesn't quite have that like um how do I explain it? Basically because the top and bottom part keeping the PCB in place. Perhaps that's why. Because the gaskets are on the PCB and not the plate, and because of how tight it is, how tightly secured it is, it feels very stable, but it's also like a very bouncy feeling, especially on the alphas, right? The edges are definitely a lot more stiff, but the middle feels like very fun to type on. Does that kind of make sense? I think I think it's probably because the gasket mounting points are on the PCB rather than on the plate. It does. Good feedback, yeah. This was very fun to type on. Firm with some play, yeah. Front height is... They have it written on here, but it's all in Chinese. That's right here. It says 19.2 mm. Yeah. But I don't know. This is a fun board to build and to type on. I actually really enjoyed it. I know some people were kind of like, oh, skeleton PCB, kind of wary of it, but for no foam, it this is this is a very pleasant build for me, in all honesty. Um, I think JOJO Studio, I think the way that the design boards is actually really well thought out, in my opinion. Um, it was, let's see, the handle that's so cute. Oh yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like a purse. Like if anything, this gives me like a purse. So another piece of close it off, turn it into a case. No, but the case that it comes in itself is similar to the board. Yeah. So it is a leather handle, and I'll talk about it. I'm gonna do it with foam to see how it sounds. What colors? It comes in 4 colors. So it has a red, it has ano red, ano green, is a E pink, and a E white. Right? But it's like it's like a purse. It's like, hey y'all, check out my keyboard, my key purse, right? Wow. No, it's an in-stock drop, but it has not started yet. Yeah. There's no foam in this. No foam. That's the thing. There's no foam in this. It starts at 359 and goes to 373. In stock drop. They're actually ready for it, but they're waiting for the build streams to come out. So yeah. Okay. So I'll go over the details of this since a lot of you guys are interested now. But basically, this is going to be an in-stock drop. It's going to be dropping soon. It starts at 359 for the two Anno colors, which is Anno Red, Anno Green. There's also an E-White and an E-Pink, and those go up to 373. It comes with two PCBs, so you have a 63 key, which is a 6.25U layout, except the spacebar can be split into double or split spacebar, so three more additional keys. Or you can go with the 60 key, which is the 7U, right? And even though the PCB is hot swap, you still have a choice of doing full or split backspace, stepped or regular caps. And then if you go with the 63 key, you can either do the full 6.25U spacebar, or you can do the spacebar in 3. So you would have one bar here, and a smaller key right here. So that's where the 3 additional keys come in. The board itself, really cool to build. Like, just being honest, like, figuring it out was... I mean, I could see, like, people being like, oh my god, it's, like, so complicated. But, I mean, it's not a cookie cutter build, right? And I'll show you how you assemble it, okay? Because we have to disassemble it. So here's the front of the board, right? And then if you look at here, you would see no visible screws. Here is where you would see the first set of screws, which are right here, but I've plugged them with these feet that you can unplug. So first of all, it has 2 adhesive feet and then 2 non-adhesive feet. So it uses these like rubber plugs that you can take out once you've taken these out. So this board is interesting because its focal point is actually, or the main part of the board is this accent piece right here. So this black accent piece, right? So with the Annos, the Anno Red and Anno Green, these 2 top parts are actually the accents. So for example, if you get Anno Red, this part will be red, this part will be red, but this part will be black. With the E coated, everything is the same color. So E white, this will be white, this will be white, this will be white. Same thing with the E pink. Pink, 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 right? So the Anno have the black base, and then the E coated ones have whatever color they are. But yeah, this black piece is the main body of the board. And it comes in multiple different pieces. So this bottom piece is a separate piece that you can remove using the 2 screws, right? So you can remove it by unscrewing these 2 parts. And you can slide it off right here. Right? And here it reveals the 4 gaskets, right? But it's interesting because, so there are the 4 gaskets up here as well, but the bottom one does not have any metal pieces in between right here constructing these gaskets, right? The top part does though, and I'll show you what that means. So after you take off this bottom piece, you might be a little confused. You're like, oh my man, how do I get this piece off? It's actually designed in the handles. So while you look at this and you think, hey, this is like an accent piece, it's actually part of the case itself to assemble the board. So you would take this piece off. Right, so after you take this piece off, this is a panel that comes off. Right? And so here is the main accent piece. And from here to take it off, there's 2 screws on the side right here. So this screw is for this badge, right? And then the neat thing about this board that I've never seen in any other board is that the daughter board uses gaskets to stay in place and not screws. Normally you would screw the daughter board into the board or like the keyboard case, right? This uses gaskets, and I'll show you right here. So you see there's a compartment right above the top where the daughter board fits in using the gasket pieces to hold it in place. And then the daughter board also has the LEDs. So you see how this part has an LED diffuser? The LEDs are actually on the daughter board itself, right? And so there's a little like groove where it fits in, but you can just pull it out. Yeah, so you see this groove right here on the daughter board, this cutout? It actually aligns itself right here. So you would put it through here, align it, and then push it in with the gaskets, right? So then you would pull this out, and then the cable has a channel on the board that it goes through. Oh my god, Vin, stop. So once you have this off, you can remove this main accent piece by removing these two screws. Polarizing feature. Yeah, it's something I've never seen before. What is it, Vin? Hello? Okay. Where was the last time you guys heard me? Okay, but continuing off where we were. So you remove this piece right here. And then this is what I was talking about. So there's actually two pieces. Thanks for the follow. There's two pieces that hold this together. And you see how this part... Here, I'll show you. So you see how this part... you see the gaskets, but there are no gaps. Because this middle part, or this accent part, compresses these gasket points, right? So this is actually two pieces. So you have this main piece, and then you have a separate piece right here. So these top gaskets are compressed and held into place. However, these bottom ones are not. So these bottom ones, you see how there's nothing holding it here? So that's an interesting thing. Because while the top gaskets are being compressed and held into place, the bottom ones are technically not as compressed, right? So I'll show you how this works. Take this. Screw. Screw. BBD8XM3 uses non-standard daughter board. Do you prefer standardized daughter board? Do you think the extra features are worth giving up the replacement availability? I think it depends on how easy the board is to build. Definitely a designer's choice, but check this out. So instead of one solid piece, it's actually two separate pieces. So you have this big piece right here. And then you have this little tiny piece right here. So I'm not sure why they didn't do one continuous piece right here, but I would say I don't know. But now that we've disassembled the board, we know why. And that's because the daughter board fits in right here. So that's why it uses the separate piece. So instead of one continuous piece that goes across this whole thing, it goes about 3.5, and this other part is its own little piece. So the reason why this is just one long separate piece, what you do is you lift this up and then you just pull it through. Have to be careful of the daughter board GST. Let me unplug this. But you see how there is a separate cable or channel for the daughter board to go through. But yeah, that's basically this board disassembled. So you have this long piece that goes right here, and this little separate piece, and then your daughter board would go like in between right here. And this is the piece deconstructed. Why is it so many steps? So yeah, there's a lot of steps, but pretty fun to build, honestly. So looking at this mid piece, which I was saying is like the main piece, right? So this line is where the bottom of the PCB and plate would go slide in. And then once you have it all in place, and then you would screw this one on right here, like that. And just so that all the gaskets are like properly compressed, you have this little piece right here. And this is open because of the daughter board that would go up here, I'm guessing. But yeah, pretty neat. I mean, it's a lot of parts. I could see how one would be like, what the fuck? Why is it so complicated? But I had a lot of fun building it personally. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for an easy build, I would say it's easy once you know how it works, but I could definitely see a beginner being like frustrated over it. At least without like a build guide. I like the switches. They're just the same as like MX. They're a little funky. I would say in terms of lubing though, it's actually, my workflow is a little thrown off by them because I have to lube the top housing instead of the bottom housing, but the bottom housing is easier for me to lube because it's already in the lube station, so it's already in place. Whereas like, because I have to lube the top housing, I don't really have anywhere to like hold those individually. I have like a bucket like this to hold them all together, but I would have to like lube and I would have to like place them. Does that make sense? It's just because the bottom, if I lube the bottom housing, they're already in the lube tray, whereas like the top housings I can't put in the lube tray. So lubing process was a bit slower, but not that bad. It's not anything like drastically different. But yeah, to answer your question, Seth, about the daughter board, I think ultimately what you want to do is you want to have something that's like easier for like the client, right? So that's why there's an argument when it comes to, thanks to the follow, for example, like the Easy Mate. Like sure, it's nice because you're not gonna accidentally like pull off your cable, but at the same time, like once it becomes loose, it becomes like flimsy. It doesn't really stay in place. So you could argue like, yeah, like it's nice, but it's also like not nice. It's the same with the JST, and same with like this kind of daughter board, right? Like why not just have it like screwed on? But I guess it just depends on how easy the board is to build and rebuild. So yeah. I don't know what the right call is. I'm not like a keyboard designer, but I would say whatever is easiest for people to build and not break would be the way you should go. When is TwitchCon? October 20th through the 22nd. Okay. So now we're gonna build the board with foam. Hi, Elvin. The board actually sounded fine. It was really fun to type on. So I don't know who else is going to be building this or streaming this. I don't know if anyone else has. I'll be real honest with you guys. I tend to not watch keyboard content. I will lurk in the streams, but I don't watch for the keyboards. I watch for like the streamer. I don't really pay attention too much to what people are building. If I see it like in their title, like, oh, you know, if I'm browsing through Twitch and it says, oh, I'm building a zoom or a tempo, like that's how I like see. But normally I don't see keyboard content on my own. Maybe that's like bad to say, but I just feel like I already consume so much keyboard content on my own that I'd rather not like do everything keyboard in my free time, if that makes sense. Yeah, me too. But I like to support people and like watch. Hi SB, how you doing? Yeah, but I mean I'll lurk. I lurk really hard. Sorry. I should be better about like chatting. But usually it's cause I'm like gaming. I can't type. Cause I'm in like the middle of the round. And I guess I feel bad because like I feel like if I start a conversation, I need to like go through with it. It's been a while, hope everyone's good. Yeah, I mean, you know, the usual, we're just all talking keyboards. We played Dave today. Oops, it's over here. Oh yeah. I'll only come out of lurk if someone says something like super fucking sussy, like Aki, or if I'm like completely free, right? I send a message after I die in a round, proceed not to die for a round, the conversation's come and gone. Yeah, I'm like... I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a pretty bad conversationalist. I think it's very common for me to be like, sorry I fell asleep. No, Aki. We get fish a patty out of lyric by the power of sus. Yeah, this happened many times before. Like, Aki thinks it's safe, and then he says something about, like... Okay, this is just one example, but he's, like, talking about, like... anal, and I was like, Aki? And he was like, oh shit. Same with me in VC. If I say I'm laying it down, they're assuming I'm into sleep. It was Joel. Joel is love. Joel is life. I mean, usually when I stop responding and I respond like a few hours later, I'm like, sorry, I fell asleep. I swear, as soon as I like lay down in bed, I just get so comfy. It's like that's like I've been conditioned. I said this in the earlier stream, but I started a new medication for my my ovaries, my PCOS. So it's been making me like really sleepy. So I've been sleeping a lot more for longer, but it's also like I feel bad because I used to be up like demon hours, but now it's like kind of I have a healthier sleep schedule for sure. For sure, but it's also like people who expect me, oh, Patty's gonna be awake, but I'm just not awake because I fall asleep. Yeah, normie hours. My sister has PCOS. Yeah, PCOS is very weird to navigate. Yep. Yeah, so I was explaining this earlier, but I do have a history of endometriosis, and while like birth control is a way to combat it or to like keep it at bay, I've had to have surgery to get not necessarily from endometriosis, but I like it's something that you can remove it using surgery, but you can't tell if you have it unless like you know go through surgery or whatever. But my OB was saying like because I have a history of endometriosis, even though I've gotten it surgically removed before, it does have like a reoccurring rate after like a certain amount of years. Yeah, endo can only be diagnosed through surgery, yeah. And so she was like, since you have a history, you should just be on it, right? Yeah, she was saying like after a few years, like who knows like how long it will take to come back, but it can grow back. And so she told me like I know because I really did not want to be on birth control because it makes me feel very weird, right? And going off of it was one of the hardest things I had to do, at least like emotionally. Um, but she was like, it's better for you to be on it to be safe. And I'm like, okay. But I'm on progesterone only. I'm not on the combination. I can't be because PCOS. And here's the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing is that I only have PCOS on one side, which is why they couldn't like detect it through like blood work, right? According to my doctor, because half of my right ovary is missing from my ovarian tumor. And then my left one has PCOS. So this half is missing, this half is fucked. So it's like, she's like, do you want to have kids? And I'm like, no. And she's just like, okay, good, because it's going to be very, very hard for you, right? And so right's fucked, left is fucked. But basically, it was such like a battle for me because I had PCOS syndromes. But when I did the blood work, it showed that I was completely normal, right? And it wasn't until I actually went in and got an ultrasound that they looked at it and they were like, oh, yeah, you do have PCOS, but only on one side. So that was fun. Because I got blood work done and they were like, yeah, it doesn't show. And you know what the fucked up thing was? Is that I actually got an ultrasound done like a few years ago because I had a follow-up for my ovarian tumor, and the technician there actually wrote in her notes that it was like possible PCOS Because she saw it and she's like, it looks like it's PCOS. But the tech or my OB at the time never like decided to follow up on it. So they technically knew about it years ago. But they just said like, oh, it was a possibility and it doesn't look like maybe. And so they knew about it like years ago, but they just never decided to like follow up on it. And that's what like shocked me because I got it done a second time. And okay, so I got my blood work done. And then my OB was like, yeah, I mean, your blood work is not in line with you having PCOS. But I was telling her, I was like, something feels wrong. Like something feels weird. I don't know how to describe it. And then luckily she listened to me and she was like, well, if you want to do ultrasound just to like double check, like that's fine, right? So I did the ultrasound and they found it. And they were like, you do actually have it. And then when I went back to her to the follow-up, she was like, oh, actually, like your other ultrasound was sent in like years ago and like they actually detected it then. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, like if you look in the notes, it says like potential, like it says like PCOS in appearance, like potential PCOS like patient. And I was like, damn, you guys saw all those years ago, but you never thought to like tell me, like, oh, you might have PCOS. So, yeah. But, damn, isn't that crazy? But yeah, my doctor, my OB basically told me like, since you have a history with endo, because when they went to remove it, they also removed cyst and my endometriosis. They were like, she told me like, you should be on some kind of like preventative for that. But she said, but because you have PCOS, you have to be on just certain kind, like you can't do combination, which is what my old OB prescribed to me. So my old OB saw that it was possible that I could have PCOS, yet she still prescribed me combination birth control that like fucked me up. And I was on it for like years, not years, but a long time. Because when I had my ovary removed, or part of it, I was on a different kind of birth control. But once my body got used to like regulating all my hormones, they swapped me to a different one. But then they stopped making it and they started making like a generic. So I had to go see them to get it re-prescribed. And then that's when they prescribed me the combination one rather than like the low hormone one, which is what I had before, right? And so me being on that for like a year and a half just like completely fucked me up. And then when I went to Korea, I was like, I can't be on this anymore. Like I just went off of it, and it took me like 3 to 4 months to get that out of my system, because you can't do hormone testing for a very long time if you're on PCOS, if you're on birth control. Like if you're trying to do hormone testing and you're on birth control, you have to have it flush for your system. Like it's not even a month. It's like you have to wait like 3 months, right? And so it's all very, 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 very frustrating. So it's just crazy. And you know what the crazy thing is? Is that the only reason I got to my current OB who was willing to listen to me was because I ended up having to go to a dietitian. because I was like, there was no endocrinologist in the network that I was in. Like, I had to get a referral from an OB, right? But the only reason I got to my OB is because there was a dietitian in the network who I went to and then referred me to this lady. But she had like a month wait list. And then by the time it was my appointment, I came back from my trip and my parents gave me COVID. So I had to cancel my appointment and then wait another 3 weeks. It was very, very frustrating. My other OB was weird too because I asked her to do blood work and she said she did my hormonal blood work. And then I had scheduled to do an ultrasound, but she canceled my ultrasound because she was just like, you don't need to have it. Like, you just need to like change your diet. You just need to go back on birth control. You need to like change your lifestyle. And I was like, bruh, I'm telling you, like, my lifestyle in comparison to others, like, I would say I'm like pretty healthy, okay? But you want to know the crazy thing? Because she canceled my ultrasound, we could have found my PCOS so much earlier, like 2 months earlier. And the birth control that she prescribed to me was the combination one. So imagine if I had just been like, okay, I'll just go back on birth control and I'll just like, you know, listen to her and believe that, oh, I don't have it. But because she like made me cry and made me so frustrated, I'm so glad I got a second opinion. I'm so glad. Like, I decided I'm gonna get a second opinion. So I went to a dietitian who was like, sounds like you have insulin resistant. And I was like, what the hell is that? And I told her, I was like, I think, well, she was like, sounds like you're insulin resistant, which could either be a thyroid problem or it could be a hormonal problem. And but because there's no endocrinologist in the network, she's like, you could go out of network to go get tested, or we could start in network first, right? We could start in network first and then go from there, right? And so that's what I did. PCP, no. I go to this like big network of doctors, right? Because my insurance is like weird because I have like the shitty like marketplace insurance because I'm technically self-employed. So my network is like pretty limited to like who I can or cannot visit. But it was just one of those things where I started in the network and luckily I didn't have to go to an endocrinologist because they found out, yeah, it was PCOS. I even told my first OB, like, I think I have PCOS. And she was like, how did you come to that conclusion? And I was like, okay, maybe I sound like a dumbass, but I was just like, I heard from other people and it sounds like I could have it. And in her mind, she's probably like, oh God, another like self-diagnosing like idiot, which is like fair. It's fair, a lot of people will self-diagnose just because they're like spooked, but they don't actually have it. But I don't know. I would say something that sounds like really fucking crazy, but I've actually learned so much from TikTok because it never occurred to me that I had like PCOS until I started watching TikTok. And it was like, it was like, hey, do you suffer from this? Do you have this? Do you do this? And I was like, what the fuck? Like, yeah? I mean, but of course, like, I didn't want to be like, oh yeah, I learned it from TikTok. But there was like a sliver of doubt in my mind where I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, like, this is not normal. You know, like, huh, maybe I have this thing that they're talking about. You know? Like, it's actually how I, quote, self-diagnosed myself. But it was so frustrating when, like, my blood work showed that I didn't have it. But it wasn't until I finally got the ultrasound the second time that they were like, oh, yeah, you do have it. But that's the thing, is that I was willing to pay to take the test. Like, yeah, it costs too much, but it's like, there was no reason for her to cancel it. Like, she was just like, it's a waste of money. And I was like, I don't care, I will pay the money. And she's like, no, I canceled it. And I'm like, what the fuck? It was not good. But my new OB is very nice. Because, yeah, she's just very nice to me. No, thankfully this one I don't have to get a prescription from her. Like, I can just buy it. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about all this struggle, but I started it recently because I was very hesitant. But it's just made me very sleepy. Sorry, I'm sure like the people who have listened to me bitch and complain about this are probably like, oh god, Patty's at it again. But I feel like I had to bitch and complain about it because the whole thing was a roller coaster. No, you don't get anything from Twitch. I say about the minute and she's like, it's not in the movie where they try to save you. I think it depends because my first doctor, or my first like OB, was very, very good to me. Like I was spoiled by my first OB because I remember he like came into my surgery room after he performed my surgery and he like started tearing up because it was a misdiagnosis, right? Because I thought it was just a really large tumor or a really large cyst, but turns out it was a tumor. And he like teared up and he like apologized to me because he was like, it was a misdiagnosis. Turns out it was a tumor. It could have killed you. It was starting to actually kill you because it had gotten so large, and because it was like physical mass, it was starting to wrap around my intestines. And that's why I had like gastrointestinal issues like after my surgery, but it was starting to basically rotate around my intestines. And if it gets too rotatey, it can actually cut it all off, and then I can get an infection. And that's why I was getting consistent like food poisoning, quote food poisoning. And he didn't know it was a tumor, but he told me like, had he had known it was a tumor and that it was like slowly killing me, because he was like, you could have died. He was just like, he started tearing up and he was like, I'm so sorry. if had I known, we would have done, we should have done surgery immediately because I wanted to wait until after my finals. But he was amazing, right? Yeah, no, he cried, he said sorry to me. He was like, I'm so glad like we were able to like take it out and you know, everything looks okay. But yeah. I got really lucky with him. But I'm gonna tell you guys something really fucking depressing. Is because I moved to Boston after I graduated and I got a phone call because I was just gonna go back to him every year. But I got a phone call when I was in Boston from the office and they were like, he has Parkinson's disease and he can no longer practice. Came out of nowhere. So he had to retire really early. And so that's the only reason why I had to find a new doctor. But I remember crying because like he saved my life. And it was like such a fucking tragic, ironic end, I guess. Ugh. No, I got really lucky because he was the only doctor in Texas at the time who was known to be one of the best doctors that was proficient in using the Da Vinci machine. And he pushed for me to have that surgery. Or like be able to use the machine. Because he was just like, you know, usually when it comes to ovarian surgeries, you have to do like a C-section cut, right? But he was just like, it's gonna leave like a really bad scar, and you know, she's like still so young, and we should try to do something that's like not like super invasive. And so that's the only reason like I don't have huge scars is because he advocated for me to have that robotic surgery. Like he said he would take me on as a patient and do my surgery. So that's the only reason I don't have like huge scars from my surgery. Because he said that he would do it. And I got super lucky. But yeah, he was great. His name was Dr. Butin. He was amazing. It's doctors like him. But other than that, I feel like most of my experiences with the doctors so far have been pretty shit. You lose a lot, but you win some, you know? Just one of those things. The Vinci machine is wild, though? Yeah. I'm just going to push this in here. Hold on, kid. It's probably better to just like push this in. That. These switches are interesting. Yeah, I like them though. Pretty neat so far. I have a lap and have 4 points. My belly button scar is the best. Yeah. I have 2 on my right side, 1 on my belly button, and 1 on my left side. But they just look like dark spots now. Cool. Bubble button. I had a keloid on my ear, but I did something really gross. I swear in college, I was just like so ratchet. It's a Kirby. I had a keloid from my cartilage piercing. I legit took a string, tied it around the keloid, let the blood circulation cut off. It quote died, and then I like clipped it off. I don't have a keloid there anymore. But it was like one of the grossest fucking things I have ever done in my entire life. You literally cut off the blood circulation to it, and then you just like clip it off. And leaves like a little scab. But I don't have a keloid there anymore, so. So. So crazy. Yeah, I mean, it was either that or pay money to go get it like removed from a dermatologist, but I was a cheap college student with no money, so I grew up how to remove a keloid, and that was one of the methods, and I was like, sure, I got nothing to lose. I mean, this is definitely not one of my brightest moments. But when you're a dirt poor college student, like, well, you know. Oh god. Yeah. Definitely not one of my proudest moments. I got misdiagnosed with hamstring ashes. You had to tell that to the doctor? Oh my god. See? Yeah, I went to the UT doctors, and they're like, you could have appendicitis. And I was like, they're like, you need to go to the ER. And I was like, okay, cool. Proceeded to go to a like 7-hour work shift. And I was like, I'll just go after work. And later on, I was told like how fucking stupid I was. Because they tell you like, oh yeah, you have appendicitis. You know, you should definitely like go to the ER before birth. And I was just like, blah, blah, blah. I'll just go work first, you know. Well, it wasn't appendicitis, first of all, so I mean they were worried for nothing, but I know, that's why. Yeah. I mean, I just didn't realize like the severity of the situation. But I couldn't find anywhere to like cover my shift, so it's like, well, money is money. Let's just work my shift and go after work. Easy peasy. Amount of times I said I have a no, they still check for appendicitis. Damn. I mean, it was also different because around that time I was like trying to be, I was like, I actually had a falling out with my parents back in college, like a really, really bad falling out. Like, I was calling my mom by her like first name, like that kind of bad. Um, like she basically like disowned me, so I was like completely financially independent ever since my junior year, sophomore, junior year of college. Um, and so like missing a shift meant like I might not have been able to like pay my college tuition. That, you know, it was like one of those things where like money was tight for sure. So to me at that moment in time, it was like, I can't miss work. So my family has bad luck with doctors, don't like small mistakes. Yeah, for me, my family's pretty healthy. But somehow, like, my aunt and I have, because my aunt had cystic fibrosis. And I have my endo and my ovarian stuff. Eek? What the? How am I missing a key? What the? This happened earlier. What the? I can see it. Where? Yeah, we're missing a key again. In the future, after you find it. Oh. What the? Oh yeah, I found it. Okay, I found it. It's in my chair. I was missing a key earlier too. uh... Don't worry, I found it. It's okay. It's okay. Alright. Yeah, so this is the same, but with the foam. So, give me a sec. Have I always had my nails painted? No, I got bored one day because it was... What was I doing? Let me ask. Oh, I'm pretty sure that was the day I did not stream. They were raiding. And I just like got bored because I was watching the streams because I wasn't in. And I was like, I should just paint my nails. Yeah. Okay, I remember now. Oh. Yeah, it was the day I was benched, yes. Okay, give me a sec. Alright, so this is the R63. We're using PC plate, Diamond Avalon switches. This one we're using plate and case foam. And this is Jim K. Dandy. So yeah, the difference is that this is foam. Okay. How does it feel? So, I mentioned this earlier, but um, I think because of the way the gaskets are compressed, um, it feels firm, but it's still very poppy. Thanks, I'll follow. So it feels secure, but at the same time, it still has like that bouncy feel, at least with the alphas, because it is like flex cut or skeleton PCB. And I think because the gasket points are on the PCB and not the plate, um, I think this board really kind of takes like what you would dislike about, you know, some boards, like, oh, the flux cut, oh, the gasket mounting point on the PCB. It kind of takes a lot of those stereotypes and just kind of like shatters it, I would say. Because yeah, you would see like, oh, flux cuts, oh, it's gonna sound like shit. Or you would see like, oh, you know, it has gasket on the spacebar. The spacebar is going to be like really dead, or it's gonna feel weird to press, but they did something right here, I would say. I wouldn't say it's like a bounce house. I would say definitely with how everything is put together. It feels very, it's not very fluxy, but still like a light typing feel. It could be, okay, so here's the thing. This could be like a perfect storm of like, you know, we used the right kind of switch, you know? And so there's like all kinds of things to consider, but I will say that it's interesting because while it's gasket, um, the top gaskets are compressed, the bottom gaskets are not. Compressed in the way of like, there's 4 gaskets up here, 4 gaskets down here. Each of these gaskets up here are individually in their own like little cubbies. This one is just a big open slot. So I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, they were really cooking with this design. So see here. So here you see the 4 gasket points, right? They're technically not compressed individually, because if you look at this part, the bottom, God, I always do that. Oh my God, holy shit. So if you look at this part is what covers it. Instead of having like what it has up here with the 2 pieces basically giving each gasket its own like little cubby, this is just open. This entire thing is open. You see? Like there's no dividers that compress these bottom ones. It's just one big compression piece right here, rather than 4 individuals. Right? So that's an interesting thing, right? And I'm guessing because they did that, normally you would avoid putting like a gasket mounting point on the spacebar, right? Because then the spacebar would be stiff, right? And I think that would be true if they had like the individual like cubbies, like, you know, compressing down on it. But because it's like an open space, there's actually not much compression on these bottom gaskets other than like these 2 keeping it in place. Yeah. So I think that's why you don't run into like the spacebar being really hard to press down, because there's no individual or too much compression on the bottom piece, which is nice. But the top piece is different. So the top piece actually has two components that compress each individual gasket up top, which is why I said, like, you know, while it looks like there's like a lot of flux cuts and you think you would type on it and it would be really like soft or like kind of flimsy, it's not. It's a very pleasant typing feel, in my opinion. But like I said, I could have just had a very good build. Because there are definitely some boards that you build and like everything is right, everything feels good, but then someone else builds it and they use like completely different things and it's like one of the worst boards you've ever like typed or like heard. So but this is a fun build in my opinion. Yeah, there's tons of variables, so let's talk about it while we're here. I do. Do you want to hear different switches with the foam? We could. Let's talk about the board first, and then we can compare it. Okay, so looking at the board, here's the top. Neat. Someone said they wish this Valentine was like elsewhere or not on top. I don't want to say like relate. I feel the sentiment on that one. This Valentine is very strong branding on top of their JOJO studio right there. But I mean, I think it looks nice with the board. There's a LED indicator right here, which I really enjoy, really unique indicators. So you have this nice accent badge right here. Here's the front. Here's a side. So here you can see the really big top part. And then here you can see this curvy bottom part. And here is the main piece, and these are the two accents. Here's the back side. Okay, so this part, fingerprint magnet. But here again you have the branding. You have long feet up top. And then you have these like non-adhesive feet plugs right here. Here's the front lip. So it's a very low front lip. Pretty curvy. Here's the neat part. Here's the back USB port. So it's a right-hand USB port. Has this nice leather handle. So like this. Yeah. So that's like the overview of the board. The board basically has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. The daughter board does not use screws, it actually uses gaskets to hold itself in place. The gasket mounting points are on the PCB, not the plate. And you have 4 up top, 4 on bottom. It uses these like non-adhesive gaskets. And yeah, that's like the overview of the board. We can try different switches to see. Yeah. You what? You what? What are you whatting about? So while I take off these keycaps, I'm just gonna repeat the details about the board again. So it comes in 3 colors. I mean, it comes in 4 colors. It's gonna be an in-stock drop soon. It comes in 2 ano, so red ano, green ano, and then 2 e-coats, so we have e-white and e-pink. Starts at 300 $359 for the ano, and then $373 for the e-coating. You have two PCB choices, so you have 63, which is 6.25 spacebar, or you can do a split spacebar. Or there's the 60 key PCB, which is 7U. The PCBs are hot swap. They do have flux cuts. You do not have an option of a flux cut, no flux cut. Default plate it comes with is PC. And even with the hot swap, you can still pick whether you want split or normal backspace, and then step to regular caps. But the biggest thing is that if you want a specific bottom row layout, that's when you would pick between the 63 key or the 60 key PCB. What the? Hello, Kev. Okay, so we're gonna try these. These are sent to me by Keep Hut. I'm not even gonna read that. I'm not even gonna read that. These are the We Kill Harmony switches. I finally got to catch you streaming. Yeah. I've been kind of elusive recently. Huh? Yeah, the harmony switches. The Texas? Yeah. Wait, should I not use these? Should I use different ones? Well, they match, so... Wait, sorry, I wasn't able to catch what you said last time. These are the UE7s. Exclamation point IEM? These are quiet. Can someone do the command for me? I don't have a keyboard right now. These are box stems. Maybe it has a us. IEMs. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Custom UE7s. Yes. I splurge on these. But the sound is concern. Yeah, I mean... I figured, well, I'm always here. I do a lot of sound tests. I might as well. The Ultimates? The UE Ultimates? Honestly, I felt like I could, the UE Live. Was it the Live or the Pro? I don't know, one of them I felt like I could definitely, like... how do I describe it? I felt like I could hear colors, like it was so amazing. It was crazy. But they're also like super fucking expensive. So. Called the Premiere, oh did they? They're $3,000. Holy moly. I need to be like Taeha and get sponsored. UE! Well, I need to ask they put in a good word for me. I'd rather put blue cheese on my lasagna. Ugh, what are you talking about? Since the live sounded better, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the live. It's either the pro or the live. I went with the 7s though. Within my price bracket. Kind of. I splurged. They ended up being a lot more pricey because I don't know if you've seen mine. It's my logo. Yeah, my right ear is bigger than my left ear. I got my cool logo. And look. XXW. Yeah. Cool resin pickup? No. I'm hoping I win the Mirus. I was close to getting the 7 as well. So in hobby, I've went and got the TF40 since I'm quitting. I have no idea what those are. I'm guessing they're good though. I went with UEs just strictly based on like recommendations. And I went to an actual like audiologist where I got to like do a session where they let me listen to all the different ones. And because I went through them, they had a shit ton more like customization options. So I actually got to like fully customize it and everything. I would say it was worth it for sure. Because if you do it through their like online, you don't really get that many options. But because I went to a partnered, I guess, audiologist with UE, the customizations like opened up a ton. So I was able to get exactly what I wanted. And they also sent in my molds for me as well. Overall, a very pleasant experience. Would recommend. If you're ever thinking about getting like ultimate ears, find like a partnered retailer. Because I made an appointment. They pulled out all the different models and they let me listen to it. It was really nice. Oh, the bongo this week? Kit. You have so many bongos. What the? Let's just say I've sold out, really. I was a little iffy on getting like IEMs at first because of my piercings, but because my piercings have healed, I can do IEMs now. I don't even use the W1. If you're willing to review IEMs, I can ask some friends in the industry. Oh, really? Yeah, but I feel like I don't know enough about audio. I feel like it would be wasted on me. I would definitely be like, yeah, sounds good. Does not sound good. I do have an amp and everything, but it's like basic. Audio is a very expensive hobby that, you know, I'm already into resin, so I'm scared. Steer clear. You think so? I mean, if you need someone to review IMs, like... I would say that, as I grow as a streamer, I would like to branch out and get more sponsorships and partnerships. So it's one of those things where, like, I'm down to try anything. I could easily sync 10k on audio in a blink of an eye. Yeah, 10k I don't have. Yeah, my bank would never let me do that either. I feel like this is going to be a very quiet board. With these switches, at least. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've made some pretty good milestones this year. I mean, I'm hoping I can hit 10k on one platform soon. On anything, honestly. I maybe it'll be Twitch first. It could either be Twitch or TikTok first. We'll see. But hit 10k, get more sponsorships. I got my first check from My by Power, which is like really cool. They wanted to re-sign me to their program. Maybe in the future we can get more sponsorships. But with like established companies, I've been reached out by a few to do like sponsorships, but it seems like predatory, or they seem like really brand new. So it made me like a little hesitant because like, I know you guys tell me like, Patty, get your bag, but I'm also trying to be like careful about it as well. And so yeah. Surfshark? What the hell is Surfshark? Raid Shadow Legends actually pays really well. Like, I know it seems like really gimmicky, but I think one of the hard things too is that I can't work with some of the peripheral companies because I build keyboards. So like Corsair, Razer. Oh my god. Oh yes, I do have a Ko-fi. I need to update that. Corsair owns Drop now? Really? Oh, Corey! Thank you for the 2 sub! Welcome! Welcome to the Potato Club! Thanks for the sub! Welcome. You have no idea what happened? You just subbed. You now have a bunch of cute Ginkgo emotes. Was that a misclick? You got hustled. Well, enjoy your emote while you have it, I guess. How do you hypnotize you? Yeah, subscribe. There's so many pages that pull through at the same time prompting me that I sub, which is freaking debating you. Hey, see you later, Shivi. Thanks for stopping by. It's nice seeing you at Keeb Life, by the way. See ya. How are you guys feeling? Good? Tired? See you later, Shibi. I'm full of energy. Are you, Kev? Type K rebuild. I mean, you wanted Dave instead. So I did Dave instead. I guess the coin flip wanted Dave instead, I should say. I realize I haven't watched you as much because I'm on DJ now, right? Yeah, I mean, my schedule's been, like, kind of sporadic recently. I've been canceling a lot of, like, WoW streams. What the hell am I doing? Right here. Oh, this is right here. Coffee? Dang. I have my, soup peddler smoothie. I miss WoW, but I can't go back. Yeah, that's fair. WoW takes up a lot of my time. Those keyboards. But I like it. I mean, my guildies are like my best friends, so I spend a lot of time with them. I started watching you because WoW not keeps. Dang, WoW actually got me a keyboard opportunity. Believe it or not. This GMK Dandy from Space Cables. Reagan's awesome. WoW got me into keeps. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I would say I play WoW at a pretty decent level. I enjoy playing it, so. JMK Dandy by Sour. How am I doing? I'm fine. Vibing. Chillin'. How are you doing, Kev? Are you vibing as well? Gym splits? I go Wednesdays and Sundays. My deadlift PR right now is 109. And that's the only thing I follow. I can't do squats because my left knee is a little weak. $300? What the? So the main thing I focus on are deadlifts. Does Reagan still have Dandy? Oh, he doesn't have Dandy anymore. Have I ever gone rock climbing? I've not. Ilum KB has Dandy base. Oh, wow. Yeah, looks like Ilum is the only one that has it. Does Prototypus have it? No, oh, they're sold out. Have I ever gone rock climbing? No. Would you recommend it? Okay, let's see. Oh my god, you're gaming right now? What the? Okay, give me a sec. Okay, so these are the harmony switches from keeb. But this is with all foam, PC plate, and JMK Dandy. Huh. I wonder what that happens. Needs less foam? You want to hear without foam? I guess I should have tested these before I did the typing test, right? I think these are not as like... Yeah, I mean, we knew it wasn't gonna be like as loud. I think it still sounded okay, but I think I like the diamond ones a little bit more. Violinist? Sounds like you had a relaxing day. Hi, Meep. Did yours sound like these, Ernish, when you built yours? I could do a different switch as well. I do have more switches I can test. Thanks for the bits. What do you guys want? You want another? I could either do another switch, or I could do no foam. They were similar in sound, right? Yeah. Row 60. Oh, wait. The one you won? What do you guys want to do? I've been streaming for about 4 hours. I think I'm probably just going to swap back to these diamond ones and then record them with those. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'll swap these out and then probably call the stream there. Since I'm hungry. I'm hungry. That means it's time to end. GMK Dandy. For dinner. Dumplings. I think they match the keycaps pretty well though. Gimmicky? Do you want me to open it and show you what it looks like? It's pretty interesting for sure. And if you buy them, please consider using my affiliate link. They sent me one. It feels weird like showing my affiliate link, but you know how it is. Will I use my links like a free geek? It's unfortunate that the pre-order for the Zaku's you cannot use the discount code. Unlucky. I'm sorry everyone. I got a few messages about that. Tried to use my code. Yes. There's lore behind that. Does anyone in chat want me to go over the diamond switches again? Or have you guys seen enough of it? Because they've been all over social media. Take on MX switch the workflow that changed, yeah. Howdy, have you ever played League? Yeah, I started in League. I was a Kog'Maw and Nivea main. I played AD and AP Kog'Maw. Why did I stop playing? My best friend became professional and it kind of lost its magic because I kind of lost my group to play with. And yeah. It just became like a job for him. And he was like, who I played with a lot. And once he stopped playing a lot, then I kind of stopped and I started playing Dota instead. Hydrator posture check. Actually, getting my chair has improved my posture a lot, I would say. You play with us? Boot up? I don't know about that. I've also played Oriana, Lee Sin, Teemo, Renekton, Lulu. I feel like I'm forgetting someone. I played AP Soraka. Up arrow clip simile? Is there? I got a the Herman Miller the embody. There was a sale and I decided, okay, I will buy one. send me a visual. Oh my gosh. It was 20%. Yeah, don't Google that. Avo. Very good, Avo. Yeah, do not Google that. Yeah, they're very pretty such. If you're interested in reading more about it, I do have the website linked in my document. I did order the headrest for it, but it's like a huge backlog, so. Miss Cosmo being on my chair. I actually have the old chair over there that they sleep on. I had to swap chairs though because they would throw up on my headrest and I wouldn't even notice, and I would like put my head back. And yeah, it's not good. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Creamy hair. Yeah, sure. Oh, I could redeem that. I could make that into a sound clip. Teha. Yeah, can you... Well, Instigator, can you, like, clip that and make it into something for me? Instigator's like, what? I can't do it right now. Maybe? Thanks. Of course he can. Well, I think it's not on Twitch. It's like a YouTube thing. Someone probably clipped it though, let's be real. Someone probably clipped it, you could find it. Anytime Teha does something sussy, like, people are gonna clip it. Anytime anyone does anything sussy, people are gonna clip it. Thanks, Instigator. I feel like I bully Insty a lot. I'm sorry, Insty. Hello, Smear. Ness can take the punishment. PK Fire. Patty for Caleb, what was the best meal you had in Cali? The best meal? Wait, Vin linked that way too fast. Vin? Oh, okay, that's what Vin had. Best meal? Let me look. Best meal? Oh my gosh. When was Keeb Wife? Honestly, the best meal I had was with Kiwi when we got breakfast together. Did I go to Seaside? I did. Yes, I did go to Seaside. You know, I had to. You miss Alan Kiwi? I'm actually seeing him in November for a wedding. He was like, "Are you going to be there?" And I was like, "Yes." And he was like, "For multiple days." I was like, "Yes." And he was like, "Okay, we're gonna meet up." I'm like, okay. Other Kiwi, yeah. Alan Kiwi. My best friend Kiwi. The one who went professional. Kiwi kid. The reason why I stopped playing League. That whole, like... I think that's what got me, like, so... That's what, like, shattered the veil, I guess, for me. Is when, like... I no longer fangirled or fanboyed because... When people were, like, fangirling over Alan, it really made me realize, like, damn. These are just normal people that people put on a pedestal, but in truth, they are the same as you and me. And I think that's what shattered my whole perception of, like, fangirling and whatnot. Assy? You like Assy? Assy's pretty funny. Yeah, for sure. Wait, Assy, if you're listening, sorry. I didn't mean it like that, okay? Like, don't be offended. He's probably like, what the fuck? Why did she say it like that? I didn't mean it like that, okay? I'm just... Okay, anyways. I feel like I'm digging myself into a hole. But... I'm a huge fan of who. Got him. Ashley's very funny. Vin is also very funny. The two of them together is very funny. So I have to record a sound test for this. And whatnot. I actually have a few sound tests done. I'm just so bad when it comes to like thumbnails and shit. Oh my god. That's the thing that holds me back. My perpetual laziness to just do a thumbnail. But I did make my reel today. I was productive. I can't wait. I put these keycaps on, and then I end my stream. And then I go eat dumplings, and then I food coma. It's gonna be great. Okay, no, I'm going to cook dumplings, eat it, walk Ginkgo, come back, play some Plate Up, and then go to bed. Nice, Avo. Was it worth it? Was it worth it, Avo? Because you had, steak, right? ITK. Where's Dave? Missy Elliott? I got up at 7 because I'm stupid. Mm-hmm. Go on. Why? These songs? Which song is playing right now? Of Summer Nights, I see. This is a radio. This is a Spotify radio. I can share it. I like how I was like, can I have permission to just like sleep now and stream early? And then someone said like, she's already gone. And yeah, I was indeed already gone. I was already passed out. I was indeed already passed out. Okay. Bongo. Okay. That's the board. This is the board. Thank you, Click Clack, for reaching out to me and asking me to build it. This is going to be an in-stock drop. I don't know who else is going to stream it, but if you're interested, the in-stock is ready to go. I don't know when they plan on launching it. I'd recommend joining their Discord or following their Instagram, but overall my thoughts on this board is I actually really liked it. I think it's a very novelty board, but it's like a novelty board that I think was done right. I think, you know, similar vibes would be, you know what people said, like the Saturn 60, but this is more like a handbag. Like this is more like a fashion statement type of deal. Pleasantly surprised by the sound. Love this indicator right here. I will say it was kind of a complicated or not too straightforward build, but if you take it slowly and then you just like realize how it's assembled, it's actually like pretty cleverly assembled. I know some people will kind of like be turned off because, you know, it's the PCB, but I would say ultimately the PCB did not really I don't think the PCB was like a hindrance in any way, in my opinion. Yeah, it's a nice handbag for sure. I definitely think this is more of like a statement type of keyboard. But I mean, I liked it personally. Yeah, I do like it. I do like it. Would I personally get this and add it to my collection? If I wanted like a statement piece for sure. I can agree, like maybe like this one is a little strong when it comes to like branding. Like I think this would have been enough. This is whatever. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I do like the LED strip right here. I do like the overall vibes. The overall aesthetic, I mean. The overall aesthetic of the board. Leather strap, I could see this getting like gross over time, but I mean, I just won't touch it. I should stop touching it. But, you know. Pretty neat board, I would say. Hi, PC! Hello! But yeah, those are my thoughts. So just a little complicated to build. I think this is like me being very nitpicky, but it's like this back piece is kind of a fingerprint magnet, but I mean, I just have to wipe it down. But it is a very nice screen, for sure. Typing feel. Alphas are poppy. I would say it still feels pretty firm, all things considered. But yeah, I mean, I really like it. I really like how it looks, for sure. I think this is definitely what I would think when you say like novelty board, but it was done right, in my opinion. So pretty impressed overall with it. Like I said, others might be streaming it, and we'd have to see what their build. Could be I just got like a perfect combination, but yeah. We are considering it in stock drop, 4 colors, 2 different types of PCBs. And yeah, that's the board. Thanks for watching, everyone. In stock, no way. Starts at 359, goes up to 373, 2 anno color, red and green, and then 2 e-coated, white and pink. Ending soon. This is my double stream. I've done 2 streams today. Did you know that? I don't know when the in-stock drop is, but I can read the email that was sent to me. I don't know who else plans on